And welcome, everyone, to the Thursday night build show, where I was supposed to start earlier and I didn't. Been putting together some estimates for some other folks. Tied me up, got started late. I apologize, but here we are. So we've got a couple of builds to do tonight, and I'll have to actually update the names and the build count here once we get switched over to the next scene. But we've got a couple of builds to do tonight. I think we're going to try to do a total of 3. It's kind of our target for the night. I don't know what keeps trying to show up in the... Something behind me keeps trying to show up. Anyway, guys, we'll go ahead and just jump right into it because we've got 3 builds to do. And I want to try to power through these so that we're not up all night. So let's go ahead and get started, guys. I'm gonna update the name first really quick because I want to make sure that's cleared up. That was yesterday's, and I never fixed that. Nice. We're going to start with a light build, and then we're going to move on to some more heavy artillery. So to start off the night, the build stream, we're going to be working with a Ryzen 5 4500, 6 cores, 12 threads at a maximum boost of 4.1 gigahertz. That's bad boy right here. We are going to be cooling it with the stock air cooler with AMD, running on a B450M Wi-Fi by Gigabyte, with 16 gigabytes of DDR4 3200 megahertz CL16. We actually have Team Group Vulkan memory, 2 8-gig sticks, total of 16. A 512 megabyte M.2 NVMe, which we upgraded to a 1 terabyte, 1 terabyte SSD. And then we're going to be rocking an RX 580 in the build, which is a 256-bit PCIe 3.0 graphics card with 8 gigabytes of GDDR5 RAM and a 500 watt 80 plus bronze power supply. And we're also going to be running Windows 11 Pro, though Windows 10 Pro is still listed here. And without further ado, let's go ahead and get started, guys. This build should be pretty quick. We are going to move pretty quickly on this build. Let me go ahead and text them to let them know. I just want to let them know that we're starting it up. And then I do have somebody swinging by a little bit later to grab a part from me, which I had listed on Marketplace for free 99. So just give me 1 second. I'm going to message them to make sure they are aware we are starting the build. So 1 second, guys. This one's actually for their kiddo. So I want to make sure they're watching because they wanted to. Sorry about that. Hunter, is Ethan being built tonight? Hold on, I'll check for you. And look beyond the illusion. I think that's Chad. Hey, Bud just got on. Sun is so geeked. Awesome. So we're going to get started. If you're on. Ethan, we are looking for, or we're waiting for a case to show up still. So we're just waiting on that. I think it's supposed to be here tomorrow. But we do have 1, 2, 3, 4 build. Your build number 4 after this wave of 3. Just to give you an idea. So it's a little bit, it's a couple days out still before we're going to be doing your build. All right, let's go. Let's get started. We're going to zoom in, get the board out of the box, get the CPU installed on the board, get this thing built. This one's going to probably go pretty quick, guys. So, don't go far. We've got 3 builds to do tonight. As we're playing catch up after the weekend trip to Pennsylvania. Hand pink waving. Hey, what's up? Ethan, this being my son's build, I can tell you it's well worth the wait. Nice. I got mine the first and came back for a smaller version for my son. Nice. Yeah, thank you for that. I promise it will be worth every penny and second. Thank you, Chad. That's awesome. I'm very excited. Thank you. No problem, man. I know you're excited. We just gotta get the final pieces together, which is just the case that we're waiting on. Once that's here, we can do the build. But really, it should be here tomorrow. And then after that, it's just 4 builds out. 3 or 4 builds out. All right, so we're going to drop this Ryzen 5 4500 into its final resting place, into the socket. We drop it in, drop the hammer. Now that CPU is secured. And then we are going to be using the stock AMD Stealth Wraith cooler for this build. But it is something that is very easily upgradable in the later down the road if he wants to upgrade it. And then we're going to be running 16 gigs of DDR4, 3200 megahertz RAM. Which is by Team Group. It's T-Force Falcon Z. Yeah, I was working in someone's home and they recommended me to you. My first PC. Nice. Yeah, I get a lot of recommendations. It's honestly all of my marketing. Word of mouth. And those are the best types of recommendations. Because it's somebody that already had the experience and they're sharing the experience with you. And that's why they're recommending. Awesome. All right, so now we got to get a 1 terabyte M.2 SSD installed. This one's by Silicon Power. So we've got a total of 1 terabytes for the storage on this one. It's an M.2 Gen 3 SSD. We're going to be plugging that into the M.2 slot located here. Right there. So I do have somebody here to pick up that part that I have listed on Marketplace. It's an older motherboard that I listed for free. They're here to pick up, so I am going to have to step away from the camera real quick because the timing of everything is just not perfect today. So I'll get this SSD installed and then we're just going to hang tight for a moment, okay? Hey, what's up, Trevor? Welcome back. Hold on, guys. I gotta give somebody this part. All right, we're back. The jar of dirt is back. Welcome back. So, it was a motherboard that, and it's from like an older build, and it wouldn't post. So I just threw it on Marketplace for free if somebody wanted it. And this guy wanted it, so he was just coming to pick up. Sorry about that, guys. All right, so now that the motherboard has the CPU, the RAM, and the SSD installed, we can go ahead and get the case out and drop this in there. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm gonna move this aside, as well as that. And this is the Montech X1, but it is the inland version of that, but it's the same case. Exact same case, just the Montech brand on it. Or, I'm sorry, the Micro Center brand on it. So yes, I did buy this one from Micro Center. Nice. Haven't done that in a while. Hey, what's up, Anarchy? Welcome back to the build stream, or the build show. You took my advice. What advice was that? I don't remember. Sorry. I talked to so many people, you'll have to refresh my memory. Hopefully it was good advice. Going with a 6000 series over the 5000 AMD card. Okay, nice. Got her 6600 XT. Nice. Yeah, definitely worth it. 6600 XT is actually really good. but did a stupid thing. What? What'd you do? So I bought all the parts. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by all the parts? Are you doing like a brand new build? And you didn't mean to? Ah, you forgot the most vital part. What's that? That's right, you're doing a whole build. What part did you forget? The PSU. Minus the case and fans, everything used off of eBay or Facebook. Power supply. I, for some reason, was thinking I would be using the one in her current PC. Makes sense. If there's one there, if you're going to use it. Dear God, what did I lean up on? So you had to buy a power supply, but not going to buy a used one? Yeah, I wouldn't buy a used power supply either. I never use used power supplies unless I know where it came from. Like if I know it was one of mine and I know how it was treated with dignity and respect, then maybe I'll reuse a power supply for a build. But if it's coming from Marketplace, oh no. No, no, no. Maybe back in my PC flipping days I did a little bit, but I tested that power supply, so I would test them. And they've got little tester kits you could buy where you could plug everything in to make sure it's delivering the right amount of power for each connection. And it'll light up and tell you that. And that's what I was using before. You're gonna be flipping two PCs? Nice. Hey Jeff over on Facebook, thank you for that like, as well as Grandma, whose birthday is coming up. Sorry, Grandma. You got an 850 watt pure power. Nice. The 850 is a little hefty for the system, wouldn't you think? Or are you planning to upgrade it? Sure. You can link me, the PC part picker list. Sure. No problem. my ties go? Link is posted. I think her PC is going to be good. Yeah, let me take a look at it here in just a moment. My voice sounds good. Thank you. Leaving the room for future proof. Yeah. Hold on, I didn't realize there was that many chats. Just ordered my first PC a little bit ago. Excited to watch the build. Nice, Matt. Welcome to the family, sir. If you haven't already gotten an email, you will get one shortly. Let's see. I'm going to go ahead and pull up that PC part picker list. All right, so it looks like we have in that PC part picker list that you sent me over on Kick, the AMD Ryzen 5 5600G. It's a good processor. Silverstone PF360 addressable RGB94 CFM liquid CPU cooler at $150. So one thing I would have said there is you could have done a Thermalright Frozen Note, which actually does a really good job. 360 millimeter AIO for $64. So you could have definitely saved some money there. You went with the MSI MPG X570 Gaming Edge Wi-Fi ATX AM4 motherboard, $349. Holy smokes, that is a hefty price for an X570. You didn't actually pay these prices, did you? Let me go back. I'm not looking at the chat yet. Oh, you got them free. Oh, good. Thank goodness. Not free. Okay. Used. Oh, yeah, that's right. You told me you got them off of Marketplace. You did tell me that. Team Group T-Force Delta Tough Gaming, $49. I know you said used. That's actually a pretty good deal for CL16 3200 megahertz. That's actually a really good new deal on Amazon. Western Digital Caviar. 500 gigabytes, 7200 RPM hard drive with a Western Digital Blue 500 gigabyte, 2.5 solid state drive. Western Digital Black SN770 500 gigabyte. Nice. That SN770 is pretty good. I think it's got like for Gen 4, although your 5600G on your X570 isn't going to support PCIe 4.0, the SN770 will run in PCIe 3.0, though it is a PCIe 4.0 SSD, just for awareness. So you are losing some speed on that SSD because of the AMD 5600G that does not support PCIe 4.0. The case, Ryzen Tech. I've actually never heard of them. I'm gonna go ahead and click on it because I'm curious to see what case it is. Excuse me. Ah, the glass front. Ah! Does it actually have a glass front panel on it? It's cool looking, but I would be concerned about the airflow. Then you got the Be Quiet 850 watt Silverstone 120 millimeter fans. You got two of them. Are those in the front or the back? And then that Speedster Quick 308 RX 6600 XT. Yeah, that's a good graphics card. I like that one. The XFX Quick cards are nice. I do like them. Yeah, that case is unique. 6 fans. Oh, gotcha. That's a lot more fans than I thought. Nice. Yeah, I think the build's pretty solid. Definitely, if you were to go with any of those new prices, I would have told you not to. Thanks, man. Yeah, no problem. So, definitely would have recommended a different case. There's a lot of different options out there you could find, you know. If you're going for like a budget case, this one is more of your budget-friendly case, which actually has case fans included. You know, they're not the greatest. You know, they'll last a year or two, and then you'll be replacing them. But you know, those Silverstone fans are pretty much new, or pretty nice. New is the case she wanted, and it was $40. Okay. Yeah, the downside to that case, I would have, you know, the glass panel. It's always an airflow killer. It's just you can't get air through glass. And I know it has pretty sizable openings on the side, but it still restricts the airflow. So anytime I'm building in a tower, I always try to go mesh on the front panel as often as possible. And if it is glass, then I do want to make sure we have a side intake pulling air in from the side through a mesh. So usually that's what I do for builds. But I mean, in this build that you're doing is not anywhere near like it's not going to be drawing a ton of power, meaning it's not going to be drawing a ton of heat. The 5600G is a very efficient CPU, and the 6600 XT is a very efficient graphics card as well. So it's not like you're going to be drawing a ton of heat and creating a whole bunch of heat. It's just when you start doing upgrades later down the road, maybe you might want to consider a different case with the bigger components. Let's say you put an 8-core in there, and then you're like, now I want to put a you know, like a 4070 or something in there. You're gonna find that that case is not gonna keep up with the airflow that you need. Yeah, it'll pull in the air. And then also, if I remember correctly, you have a 360 millimeter AIO, and that case didn't look like it supported it on the top. So that means you're going to be putting it on the front. And nowadays, modern style is to put the AIO on the top of the PC case rather than on the front. Let me go back and just double check that. It might support it on the top. Doesn't look like it now. Looks like it's limited to 280, and even so, the motherboard is so close to the top, it's really only got space for either just a radiator or just fans up there. before it's running into the side or the top of the motherboard, or the RAM, or the heatsink on that board. Yeah, you went on the front. You wanted to do it at the top, but yeah, it looks like it doesn't want to fit there. My 500DX is the same way. Red is in the front, but it is what it is. Yeah, I mean, the reason why, I guess the best way to explain it is if you put it on the front. Oop, wrong button. Hold on. Try to get out of the PC part picker list and get back to the stream so I can see the chat. So if you put it on the front, what happens is that's generally your intake. So all the heat being removed off that radiator is being redelivered into your case. So then your components in here now have to deal with the heat from the CPU. Whereas if you put it on the top, it's drawing the cool air that's coming into the case, and then the heat from the radiator is just being exhausted right out of the top. So the heat from the CPU is not being recycled through the case. So really, the airflow inside the PC just has to deal with the graphics card, the SSD, and the memory, and everything else is pretty much just vented right out the top. It's so much better because it eliminates that heat out of here. And then if you go on like PC builder forums, people will argue that front mounting your radiator is better than putting it on the top. I mean, I'm like, how's that even an argument? it's logic. But I mean, and there's still some like old school builders that'll tell you always put it on the front, and I'm like, I just shake my head. But I know in some cases won't have the space for a 360 millimeter, so it does come down to really the case and if it allows it. But that's why you see me mostly always put my radiators at the top of the builds, is because I don't want that heat inside the PC. I want it just dumped right out, and it makes a pretty big difference with the temperature of everything. Specifically your graphics card, because now your graphics card doesn't have to sit there and argue for or fight for fresh air. It's coming in, the fresh air is coming in, and usually, you know, the top like 2 fans on the case are really going to just be dedicated right out the radiator, but the bottom fan is fresh air, and it's not going to be heat from your CPU going to your graphics card. Fingers crossed all the parts work. You didn't test them? Hopefully you bought them from some trusted people. Hopefully that. But all right, back to this build. We've got the motherboard installed, and we've got our front panel connections installed or plugged in here, nice and neat. So now we're just going to drop a graphics card in and get a power supply in here. Then we're going to power it up and see what it looks like. Do a little bit of cable management, of course. But here's our XFX Radeon RX 580 for the build. Ouch. So the monitor I got screwed a little. What do you mean? You didn't have it? What does that mean? Like he went there to go pick it up and he didn't have it? Oh, you didn't have the stand. Oh, so you gotta buy mount then. Yeah, those are questions you want to ask when you buy used monitors, because a lot of people mount them and then just throw away the stands. So when you're on the market for a used monitor, always ask that question. Hey, does it include the stand that came with it? If you're planning to use it anyway. If you're not, then it's no big deal, right? You asked for a refund? Nice. Yeah, he should have made you aware of that before you even bought it. Should have been part of the description, because that is one item that is always included with a monitor. It's kind of rare to find one of these brand new, by the way. An RX 580 in the box, XFX, sealed from the factory. We can still get them new. because they're still beasts of cards. Look at that. Still even has all the peel on it. When I say still, I mean this has been one of those cards that just doesn't leave the scene. It's just been around for a long time, and it's still a powerful card today. The price per dollar is hard to beat. This one comes in around $100 just for the card, brand new, with a warranty. And it has a back plate on it. It's cool looking. I like them. Yeah, so you gotta buy a stand. Yeah, so I guess I will cut even. Yeah, the monitor probably, he should have definitely told you what was up before you got involved with buying it. Shame on him as a seller. You'll run into that on the used market. Lazy sellers. Looking pretty dope. Thanks for the cost analysis. Every time you mention the part price, I look at my son and you say, "You better love me." Nice. I'm sorry, I'm very open with the prices because we're teaching people here as well. The other guy, other thing is the 6600 XT was a minor card. Oh, nice. The guy I got it from assured me that it still works as intended. Yeah. So the 6600 XT, did you ask him if he changed the? Because okay, when you're buying a used graphics card on the market, hey Steve, welcome back to the build stream. $1 giveaway? Not yet. No, I definitely appreciate it. No sarcasm. Yeah. No, I know. I'm joking. But going back to buying a used graphics card on the used market, because mining is still a thing, and there are a lot of miners right now trying to dump their hardware, especially if it's an AMD graphics card. One of the questions you should ask is, one, was it used for mining? It's not bad that it was used for mining. It's probably most miners, me being a miner back in the day as well, I know you undervolt the card, meaning you are basically putting less stress on the card than a gamer would, because the card is actually running less power through it. And generally, the cooler you run it, the better or more efficient it ran in the mining performance. So you would try to keep it as cool as possible. All your cards. So the first question you ask is, was it used for mining? And then two, if it's an AMD card, did you modify the BIOS, or are you aware if the BIOS is modified or not? If the BIOS or firmware on the car was modified, you could be buying a card that has a mining BIOS on it, which will impact your performance. It will not game as well as the standard BIOS. There is a pretty good document or a couple of different YouTube videos on how to flash your BIOS back to its original or to an updated version. So you can always go online and figure it out and how to do it. And it's not very difficult to do. It's just there's a possibility that you could brick the card while doing so if you're not careful with it. So just make sure you know what you're doing before you do something like that. And if it's on like a $50 card, then you may have just lost $50 on something like an RX 570. Just, you know, and if anybody needs help with that in the future, anytime, shoot me a message and I'll try to walk you through it. But Steve Anderson, I paired my 7800 XT with my i9 10850K. That's always a weird one to say. Amazing performance. Yes. The only downside is that 10th gen processor does not have the PCIe 4.0, so you do lose a little bit of bandwidth there, but still, probably a great combination. Here's what he said. Fan speed always capped to pressure, fan longevity, undervolted, never, yeah, so you undervolted it. Never pushed to max, well maintained. Yeah, so generally with miners, we clean our cards almost monthly, try to, so that way it's not a nightmare when you try to resell them for getting your money back, and or they're running in a clean space. But in most cases, unless it was a very lazy miner, the cards are usually in better shape than it would have been coming out of a gaming PC. He didn't modify the BIOS? Nice. Yeah, most of the RX 6600s, you didn't have to modify the BIOS, but like an RX 580, you had to modify the BIOS in order to get maximum mining ability, so to speak. So a lot of 580s are out on the market right now used, and they do have modified BIOS, and I've actually come across a couple. People bringing me PCs saying, hey, I put this together and it's doing these weird things, and lo and behold, the RX 580 they have in their machine that they bought off of Marketplace from a guy that was a miner had a mining BIOS. So it's kind of like the responsibility, in my opinion, of the miner to explain that to the person purchasing it, in my opinion. But they're probably just like, you know, overwhelmed trying to sell all these cards and get them shipped. You know, yeah, get them all out. Everybody, we're selling off. He's probably also drinking a lot of money because he's losing money because he got into mining like 2 months after it got shut down, and now he has all this money invested in the hardware, and then, oh, the cost of the hardware drops dramatically. Now the value of the hardware is no longer the same as when he bought it. And so they just lost a bunch of money. That's what happened to a lot of miners, actually. NZXT 4090, that the i9 is in great motherboard, but expensive. Oh, the NZXT Z490? Yeah. It's a pretty board, though. So if all parts work, how do you think this PC is going to be for her? Oh, I mean, she's going to enjoy excellent 1080p performance on the 6600 XT. So 1080p performance, you know, you could dabble in 1440p with that card. Definitely. It depends on what title, but basically 1080p, high settings, and you're going to enjoy some smooth FPS. So overall, it's a great card. Much better than the 5000 series. That's gonna be sweet? Yeah. It's gonna be sweet. Alright, let's get a power supply in here. And then we could get it fired up finally. I'm gonna need to refill my glass too. I've seemed to have started the stream without filling it up. This song has just got some good vibes to it. FSR 3 and 3.1 might work with the RX 580. That would actually be pretty dope if it did. Steve. That would be pretty badass, not gonna lie. We're building with the 580 right now. Oh, I've been looking at old school with the emulator for PS2 games on it. Oh, nice! Gran Turismo comes to mind. It like cranks. Yeah. Yeah. It's like playing on a Super PS2. Or, you know, if NVIDIA got a hold of the PlayStation 2, it would have been called the PlayStation 2 Super TI. Champions of Nora North. Oh, okay. With the wife at the moment. Nice. FSR 3 is a game changer for AMD and old graphics cards. It is. And I think you could use it on some. And can't you use it on some NVIDIA cards as well? Correct me if I'm wrong. That could be. I mean, you could technically use it on any card if the game supports it. I'm going to stream the build of her PC, but I went ahead and put her CPU in. Nice. That's all right. Takes 2 seconds to do anyway. We're going to stream it. Send me on. Are you going to stream it on Kick? Let me know when you do that. Or at least when you plan to do it. I need to push these down because they will maybe grab a hold of that fan. That's good. You had a few pins that were bent. Yeah, that makes sense. If you had bent pins, you want to make sure it gets straightened out and fits in the slot before you try to stream it. Took a little bit of work to get it inside, but to slide in, but finally got it. Nice. Gonna EB some cussing. Oh, it's gonna be some cussing. Some nerd rage, but you'll get it done. That's the spirit. You'll get it done. We'll get her done. Cable management's gonna be the biggest issue. It just takes patience. You're back, no problem. I did try it with my 4070 Ti. It was pretty nice. But on the NVIDIA DLSS, still works best. Okay, but for FSR3 is nice for older graphics cards like the GTX 1050 or 1060. Yeah, so that kind of tells, you know, that's awesome. I think that's going to be great for a lot of older graphics cards, you know, extend the life of the cards as you can. Clean this up here. Yes. You're okay. Okay. A good reason to support AMD, their software can be used on any other computer. Yeah, what I'm saying. I'm always a big supporter of AMD, as much as I can be. Unless it's a streaming PC, I try to steer people to AMD as much as I can, when it makes sense. It has to make sense. But yes, I'm personally a big supporter of AMD. Did that have to happen? Isn't that good? when you break a zip tie. It goes in there good. All right. I accidentally cut a cable. There we go. Is that cable management crisp? Not a whole lot I could do for this guy. He's just gonna do his thing there, but let's flip it over and make sure we stayed clean on this side, which we did. Pretty clean. All right, so let's go ahead and clean this up, and then we'll get this thing fired up for you for the first time. Hope it posts. I'm just kidding, it will. That's interesting. This fell out and doesn't want to go back in because the graphics card is there. Fix it. Here we go. We're plugging it in. Finally, for the first time. I don't know what this image is going to show you guys, but the new camera position. The gang's all here watching. Awesome. All right, let's go ahead and swap over to our side view. All right, you guys ready for me to push that button? Tell me when. Do it. Well, that was very uneventful. I may have unplugged something. Yep. Power button got unplugged when I was cable managing. I can't get my fat fingers in there. Hold on, guys. Okay. Okay, here we go. Yeah, I had to build the suspense, you know, make it a little bit more real. All right, guys. Are you ready for this? For real this time. And go. Hey, we even got a post. Look at that. Take two, and it worked. Ta-da! It's a PC. Go, Speed Racer, go. Thanks, Steve. That's mighty fine. My son's jaw has not stopped falling. Well, that would be mission accomplished in my book. Let the jaws hit the floor. Cue that up. It's pretty dope, man. Your very own first gaming PC. A little bit blurry on the camera. I don't know why it keeps doing that. Doesn't want to autofocus right now for some reason, so I'm gonna just give it a little bit of a encouragement. A little better. Oh dear. I'm really bad with camera controls, guys. I apologize. Incredible job. Thank you. She's a pretty one. Absolutely, Ben. I would not have come to anyone else after receiving my nice. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you. Looking good. Thank you, Steve. All right, so I'm going to refill my cup of tea, so to speak. It's actually going to be Mountain Dew tonight. We're on the Dew. And then we're going to switch over to build number 2. So we're going to allow Chad and his gang to enjoy the build, oogling at the build for just a few more minutes. And then we'll get started on build number 2 tonight, which is going to be... Mr. Brandon, who is waiting for his build. I was supposed to have it ready today. So, we're a little behind. So the next build is going to be an Intel i9-12-900 build with the DDR5 RAM, I believe, and an Asus motherboard, Z790. So it'll be a pretty cool looking build. We did go with a all black theme, but there is some RGB in there, I believe. So we'll be coming back and building that here in just a few moments. So I'll be right back, guys. Hang tight. Go grab some snacks. Sounds good. 6 o'clock. Should be ready to go by then. We still got to install Windows and stuff, but no big deal. By the way, for anybody that may be confused by the title of this stream, it has no association with the episode number. That is just the number. I've had multiple people message me telling me I missed an opportunity there. But here we go. Let's shut this one down and we'll move on to build number 2. Hey, Teddy, thanks for the follow over there on the Twitch. I appreciate you. Welcome to the Empower family. No problem. If you need some extra time, just holler. No, we should have it. I should have it ready to go before 6 o'clock, definitely. So you should be golden to swing by then for pickup. All right, let me shoot an email over to Mr. Brandon. We'll update the name. And then we'll get started on this one. All right, here we go. Oh, you're already on. I just sent you an email letting you know. All right, so build number 2 of the evening for Mr. Brandon over on YouTube. Intel Core i9-12900K for the CPU, which is a 16-core, 24-thread, 5.2 gigahertz max turbo. Has a Thermalright LGA 1700 contact frame, which is what we like to use here. Anytime we're building with the LGA 1700 socket, we want to use this contact frame because it creates better contact for the cooler, which in turn, Brandon, I'm sorry. No, he has been waiting. I was supposed to have this build done, ready to go today. That was kind of the estimate that I gave him earlier this week as we were getting back from the FITUS event. And it's just been a slow roll into the builds again. Nice selection, Brandon. Yeah, this is an awesome build. Less for gaming, but more for production. So keep that in mind when we're going through the build out. But the LGA 1700 contact frame makes it for better contact to the actual cooler so that the CPU isn't buckling or creating any type of air gap or bending in any way. It makes it so that it stays as flat as possible so that there's better contact to the cooler. And that being said, makes it so that the cooler cools better. It's all good. Thanks, Brandon, for your patience. Very much so appreciated as I'm catching up. Let's see here. Thermalright Peerless Assassin was the original cooler that we were going to go with, but Brandon asked me to upgrade it to the Liquid AIO, so we've upgraded to a Liquid 360 millimeter AIO cooler, which is going to be mounted to the top of the case. Yes, it does have RGB lights on it, which is controllable from the software, so we can shut that off, because that was the other thing Brandon was looking for, was no lights. But this is, if we went with the one without lights, it would have been like $15, $20 more. So just go with it. And we'll shut it off in the software if we need to. That's going to be all on a Asus Prime Z790 V Wi-Fi motherboard, which is a LGA 1700 socket with DDR5 support. And we're going to be running 32 gigs of DDR5. G.Skill Ripjaws S5, which is 6000 megahertz CL36. So this is some pretty good stuff. Pretty quick RAM. And then we've also got a 2 terabyte M.2 NVMe Gen 4 SSD, which is the SN850X. So it's a super fast drive. If you look down here, it's up to 7,300 megabits per second. So everything's going to be super snappy, just the way we like it. Airshine Pro, you think I can get a sim racing rig for around $600? It'll be... We'd have to understand which sim racing you're doing. And if you were on Facebook earlier chatting with me about a sim racing PC... Okay, good. If you were on Facebook chatting with me earlier today about a sim racing PC, if I remember this conversation, I believe it was iRacing. The answer is yes, but trying to run 3 screens with a $600 PC in iRacing, you might experience some FPS drop there. So as soon as you start adding screens to the setup, you're going to need a bigger graphics card to handle those screens. And even if it is iRacing, which doesn't take a supercomputer to run it smoothly, but if you're just running one monitor, the answer would be yes. $600, we could get iRacing running pretty nicely. But as soon as you start doing more than one monitor, that's when you'll start noticing FPS coming down. And then, you know, with a racing sim, you don't want any major FPS drop because it really takes it out of the experience. You want everything to be smooth and fluid and very responsive, especially as you're driving, because you already have input delay on your peripherals, so you want it as real time as possible for racing sims. So generally speaking, yes, for iRacing we could do a single monitor $600 setup for sure. But if we are talking multi-screens, I usually recommend almost double that especially 3 screens. I would say around 1,000 to 1,200 would be more ideal for the setup. Yes, you could upgrade the graphics card later. That is correct. So if you wanted to start out with that system, we could definitely do that. And then we also service and do upgrades for, excuse me, local people here or remote people if anybody needs help. So we do all that. But yeah, it is possible for 600. Yes. For iRacing. All right. Moving on with this build. The SSD is what we covered last. The graphics card is a GTX 1660. And I believe we actually got the Super out of the deal, or the TI. We did. So on the estimate, it's just the regular 1660. We did get the 1660 Ti, which is a little bit quicker. So we did a pretty good job here getting an Asus TUF Evo card for the same price. The Montech Air 903 base is the case that we're going to be building in. Really, it's the same as the 903 Max, except for it has 2 140 millimeter black PWM fans on the front and 1 140 millimeter in the rear. It does not include the RGB fans, so that's really the big difference between the two cases, and it is a little bit of a cheaper case because it doesn't have all the fancy RGB features. We're going to be using a Sedgwick 650 80 plus gold power supply over here. This thing's more than enough power to power this entire system, and if Mr. Brandon wants to go ahead and upgrade later down the road, he can with ease. Sounds great. I appreciate. I'm local up here in Metamora. Nice. So I'll be getting with you for sure. Thanks again. No problem, man. Yeah, and anytime you have any questions, feel free to reach out. Happy to help. And I think you submitted a custom build request already, right? And if you did, then I'll probably get that either tonight or tomorrow morning. So just let me know. All right, let's go ahead and get started on the build. I'm off to kill some fireflies and bloaters and clickers and runners. We'll see you later. Thanks for hanging out, Steven. I appreciate you. Have a great night. It's race time. Thanks again for the info. No problem, man. Build time over here. All right. Here we go. So what we're going to do is drop the CPU into the socket here. I'll get you a nice little bit of a zoom here so you can see what's going on. You see all those pins. We want to protect those pins. We don't want them damaged. What we're going to do is drop the CPU into the socket over those pins so they don't get damaged for the next step. Like so. And then we're going to get our LGA 1700 contact frame out of its box, and we're going to remove the stock brackets here, and we're going to replace it with the frame. which looks like this. We'll see you later, Steve. We'll see you around. See you out in the next one. So to start off, we're going to remove the brackets. And then we're going to put our new contact frame on over the CPU. There we go. Contact frame installed. So this tool that I just used will be included in your hardware kit if you ever have to remove that CPU for some reason. So it'll be included in this little baggie with the stock brackets as well. All right, onto the RAM. We're going to be putting in 32 gigabytes of DDR5, 6000 megahertz CL36, which is Ripjaws G.Skill Ripjaws S5. Good stuff. Now, XMP certified and XMP 3.0 certified. Looking for this new DDR5 motherboard. Those just slot in like so. And with DDR5, it's important to know that you don't want to run 4 sticks, because generally when you run more than 2 sticks on DDR5 right now, because it's just not matured, you will run into stability issues. So running 2 sticks is ideal, and you can go all the way up to about 96 gigabytes, though the board is rated to 128. It's just doesn't like to support it. Next up is our 2TB M.2 NVMe Gen 4 SSD. And this is going to go on the top slot right here. You need a stud. Are there any studs out there? No, here's one right here. Got him. All right, so we're gonna put our stud in. And then we're gonna slot our SSD in right here to the M.2 slot. And then we're gonna use our screwdriver to mount the drive the rest of the way, or secure it with the M.2 screw. And I just used a magnetic tip for that, which is fine to use. Okay, so now that that's done, The next thing we want to do is get our mounting hardware for our cooler on the board before we put it in the case. So let's go ahead and take care of that. That way it's less things we're doing inside of the case. Hey, Metal Spring, thanks for the sub over there. That's 7 total. Nice. Or for 3 months in a row now. Thank you, sir. All right. So we're going to go ahead and pop this guy open. Our cooler. And then we'll get the hardware kit out of that. Out of our AIO box. I think we're going to have to empty that can before the next build. Getting a little full. Here's our hardware kit. You're welcome, dude. Just made my first major upgrade to my PC. What'd you upgrade, man? Bruh. And you didn't call me? I'm actually a little butthurt. I'm just kidding. You upgraded to a 3070 Ti. Nice. Did you find one used somewhere for a good deal? Slightly used for 250 bucks. Yeah, $250 for a 3070 Ti is really good. Very good deal. I don't remember which power supply you have in your unit, but I think we went with a little bit slightly bigger so it was easier to upgrade later. We did that on purpose. There we go. All right, so that's our mounting hardware for the AIO. When we go to block it, it's ready to go. That's all we needed to do. Nice. It's pace time. 800 watts. That sounds about right. I know I would have overshot it. Let's go ahead and zoom out with the case. Pieces have not been wanting to come out of their box. Ah, I was expecting it. It still got me. Zap. Josh, would you call the contact frame necessity or nice to have insurance type? So for me, I pretty much will use it every time. I think of it as a necessity because it's only $8 on Amazon and it will reduce the temperatures by 10 degrees. Up to 10 degrees. Can make a 10-degree difference or impact, and it's $8, and I think it's worth every penny. I'm impressed with myself. I had no issues with making the swap. Did you, Metal Spring, did you install the drivers for your new graphics card? And also uninstall the old ones. Depending on, I can't remember if we went AMD or not on that, actually. I think we did 1660. Okay, yes, you did. Perfect. Cool. So yeah, you probably didn't have to uninstall if it was NVIDIA previously. Nice. Some good beats. We got a PWM here, PWM here. Fan headers we have on that board. Exactly. We'll get our figured out. Here's our I/O shield, which is going to go on the back. What fills the gap between the spaces of the back of the motherboard. I'm glad I empowered you, Mr. Metal. There we go. Now we just got a few screws to mount the board to the case. Also, Airshine Pro, thanks for that sub a little while ago. YouTube subs, for some reason, don't pop up here and make a big old buzz. I don't know why. I gotta figure out why it's doing that. Might be because I'm multi-streaming to Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Kick, and X all at the same time. So if you're wondering who I'm talking to, I promise I'm not talking to myself. I am talking to somebody else on another platform. If you're not seeing the chat. Got a fan here, fan here, and there, or a chassis fan here. I think that's what I'm going to have to do, is sneak this guy down here. Sneaky, sneaky. There we go. Now I think I'm going to do the front panel connectors and put the power supply in so I can get our EPS cables plugged in up here before we put the radiator in, because it's going to limit the amount of space I have up here in this corner trying to get those cables in there. It's a pain in the butt once you get a big block of metal and fans there. So I'm going to put the do the front panel connectors, and then I will do the power supply, and then we'll move over to finish up with the radiator, the AIO. So this is front panel USB 3 and USB-C. These need to go towards the middle of the PC, right around here. So I'll send them through. Kind of do one of these. So it holds the cables nice and taut. And then we've got our front panel connectors for our power button, reset switch, etc. I'm just going to slip that in here. And then our HD audio, which is going to go here. And another part of the reset button, etc. goes there. Then we'll flip it over, plug all these in. Our two front fans here, just plugged in, and then this is USB 3.0 that we're going to plug in. Goes with this long guy right here. Then we have USB-C, which is again also going to go right here. I can get it to flex the right way. There we go. Nice. And then we have our front panel power connector. Here's going to be here. And I know you really can't see this right now, I'm sorry. My arm's kind of in the way. But these areas, or these connections, are pretty much the same on every motherboard, and almost in the same spots on every motherboard. There we go. So we've got our front panel power button, reset button down here, our HD audio over here in this corner, and then our USB-C, USB 3 right here, and then our front fans are plugged in here, and our rear fans plugged in here. And then we've got our CPU fans, which is going to be on the radiator up here on the CPU fan header. And I know it's not a very good zoom there, but now we're going to go ahead and throw the power supply in there. And that way we have our EPS cables. So again, this is a 650 watt 80 plus gold by Sedgetep. And the 80 plus gold versus, say, bronze, I get a lot of those questions. But the gold versus bronze versus, you know, your white or platinum or even titanium is really about efficiency. How efficient does this power supply draw power from the wall? And the higher the rating, the more efficient it is. So if you bought a bronze power supply or a white power, or even a just a regular old 80 plus, you could be wasting energy at the power supply level, meaning higher electric bill. Over the course of a year, it could be the cost of the difference between an 80 plus gold and a white. So I try to go gold as much as possible on every build. But there are some builds where I will do a 80 plus bronze. Purely because of cost. I have a very strict budget that I'm working with somebody, as an example. And it's always something they could change out in the future if they want to. And I try to educate everybody on that. The importance of the power supply. Not because I'm a nerd. It's just facts. Alright, so now what we're going to do is run some of these cables or route them to their proper locations, such as our 24 pin, which is going to go for the powering the motherboard. Power goes here to that slot. Even ah! We're going to be coming back around for this cable management as well. So it is not done. I also want to try to get this on this side of the cables. It's up here. This one as well. Same deal. I think we have a 8+4 up there. And then for our GPU, we'll run to the GPU slot. All right, flip it over, plug them in. Gotta get the cables kind of to dance the same way as everybody else, so to speak. Go. Nice and neat. And this one's just going to hang out here until we get the GPU in, which we're going to do after the radiator, which is up next. Come on. Work with me, brah. All right. Brah. So here's our AIO. We're going to have to actually swap these fans around really quick. We got Thermalright. Sends them flipped around the wrong way, so that the wires are facing the wrong direction. Hey, what's up, puppy? Good night, little miss. Hope your day is going well on the second PC already. You're moving. I am. I wish I started earlier. Yeah, we're on the second PC, almost. We're actually pretty close to being done on this one. Moving pretty good. Alright, get these rotated. So that way we can have the cables facing the backside, not the front. I don't think Brandon would appreciate the cables facing the front and looking like a rat's nest. Alright, now that we've got all of our cables and twist ties freed up off our cables, we can go ahead and shove this in there. I'm going to start with our longer cables and send them towards the back. Go on, get in there. Got a total of 6 cables to send back there. Bear with me. Sometimes they could be a little bit of a pain to work with. Alright, now that we've got our cables in the direction that we want them to go, towards the back, we're going to go ahead and mount this radiator with a couple of screws. I'm going to start with one over here in this front corner. That way it helps hold it, so I'm not sitting here holding it. And then we do radiator screws for the next couple of minutes. There we go. Now I'll pull some of these cables through, get them out of the way, because they're down there hanging around making a mess of things. And then we'll mount the block to the CPU finally. So that's our copper block. That's going on the CPU. So we're going to peel this bad boy. Don't ever forget to do that. I've done that actually very recently. But I caught myself after I put it on. I was like, wait a second. Easy to miss. Especially when you're talking to people while you're building. There we go. Now we have our bracket on there. We're ready to paste it up and put it on. And here comes the block. So these are thumb screws with Phillips heads, so we can get it started with our thumbs and tighten it down with our Phillips screwdriver. And then you want to get snug on one corner and then crisscross. And do the same thing on the other side. You don't want to go all the way down in one corner, because you are pushing the CPU, pressurizing the CPU down into pins that are kind of like spring-loaded pins. So if you push down too much on one corner, you can damage the pins. So be mindful of that when you are doing this, if you ever are. Try to apply the pressure evenly as possible as you tighten this down. Also, not a good idea to, reef on it, because you don't need to be getting to the point where you're going to be stripping it. Don't need that much pressure. And it's almost impossible to over tighten on these now. In the past it was a lot easier. Now it's very difficult. Unless you put the wrong studs in there. Which is possible. There we are. Now all we got to do is, I fed the pump through here earlier. We just got to run that back through here and get that onto the pump header. Knows how to operate the pump. Okay. Tell the pump to operate at a specific RPM based on the temperature of the CPU. Want the pump on our pump header. Up here in this top corner, so it's very difficult to get to. Fortunately, it had to be done after the block in here. Go. Still got it with a little bit of patience. Pump is plugged in. Good to go. So, I guess we can plug in our fans, but we could drop the graphics card in here. I'm sure everybody's waiting for that. Drop a card in here. Flip it back over. Do some cable management. Plug the rest of the fans in. Plug the RGB lights in. Verify and plug it in and fire it up. Right? That's all that's left. It's looking like a beast. All right, so we've already got our PWM splitter here. So we just got to get our fans plugged into that, our CPU fans. We're going to be these three guys here, plugged into this guy here. And then we have our RGB daisy chain to deal with here. Come on. Fight me. Which I'm just gonna chuck over here so it's out of the way. All right. This guy goes there. This guy goes here. And then last, not least, that one. Then we'll send it through here. And we'll come back with some zip ties here shortly to clean the rest of that up. We have this bundle of joy to clean up as well. And plug in. But we're going to daisy chain these. Daisy chain means we're going one connector to another. So 4 cables became a single connection with the daisy chain option. Then we're going to shove that through the side here, flip it back over, and get that plugged in here. There we go. Cool. Now we just got to deal with this mess. Go. Oh, you also wanted to say thank you for the build yesterday. It was even better experience seeing the build real time. Oh, no problem, man. No problem. Yeah, we're almost ready to ship it, so you should actually see shipping here, an email with shipping info shortly. But it's already finished its battle tested phase. I just gotta get it packaged up and UPS has to come pick up. All right, last little bit here. Cable management, we're ready to plug it in and fire it up. We'll see if Ben can still build a PC. I'm glad it all went well. Can't wait. Yes, sir. She performed outstandingly. She being the PC. It ran beautifully. Can't wait to see what your reaction is when you open it up and run it for the first time. You know? That's where it's at. That's my favorite time of the build, is watching people's first reaction when they fire up their PC and get on it and feel the raw power of the Dark Snow, the Empower. Sorry. All right, snippity snip snip. Clean the tools and things up real quick. But is that clean enough for you, Brandon? Good cable management? I don't know, maybe we lost him. All this PC building stuff. Boring. I'm just kidding. Looks good. Awesome. I'm gonna pop this off to peel that. This front panel is magnetic, so you can remove this front panel anytime you want to gain access to the front fans to clean. And then you can also take this front panel and clean it. This is where the majority of your dust is going to build up, is on the front panel. So it makes it super easy to clean and maintain. The bottom on the back side, power supply also has this pull-out tray with a mesh, so you could pull this out from the back of it, go clean it, and then slide it back in. Done. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. So it's super easy to maintain. What do you think? Does that look like a PC or what? Probably a little more beefy than what you're used to. A little bigger. I promise it is worth it. All right, let's plug it in. Get a side view of this thing. Hit that power button. Get that post. Power on self-test. And then the top also has a magnetic dust cover as well. Though this is going to have probably the least amount of dust because it's your exhaust. The dust has already traveled through the system. It has been filtered, hopefully, before it came in. You're happy? Awesome. All right, let's zoom out just a little bit. We've zoomed in a bit. And then we're out of focus. There we go. All right, you ready for me to hit that button? Let me know. I'll hit that power button as soon as you tell me. Tell me to punch it like Han Solo did to Chewbacca. Well, on the Millennium Falcon before they jumped to light speed. Yep. All right. That works. Oh, that is... It's slick with the top light, by the way. I know you were like, but it looks cool. Doesn't have all the RGB flashy on the front. It's all just black here. But the top down kind of gives it a... And it was no extra cost for that. Don't worry, it's doing a memory training. It's DDR5, it takes an extra minute. Still waiting for that post. Oh, we got a post. telling me there's a new CPU installed. Well, I mean, it is the first time these parts have ever come together. Nice. So we've got a Intel Core i9 12900K reporting in on the BIOS. Thank goodness. 32 gigs of DDR5. Currently at 4800 megahertz, so we'll have to do a BIOS update and then set the XMP 3.0 profile for the RAM to get it at 6000 megahertz. And then we'll also tinker with the fan curve. Pump's running at 5,000 RPM, which is a little high. So we'll probably cool them jets a little bit, so to speak, after we get the BIOS update completed. So it's not running at maximum 5,000 RPMs. Holy smokes. A little unnecessary. But the CPU is currently running at a insane 25 Celsius temperature. Which is very good. That's why I pay you, so I don't have to worry. That is what my job is, isn't it? That is my job. That looks clean. Opposite of mine, the Dark Knight. Yes. With the lighting coming down from the top. Looks kind of like Gotham. Clean. It's got work to do. Yeah, it's pretty. And this is an inline pump as well, so your pump is actually right here where my finger is, this little block thingy. That is your pump, and it's in the line, so it's called an inline pump. So it's in the tubes. Makes it so that basically any position we place it, the pump is not the highest point of the loop, which is what we want to avoid. And because the radiator is up top, it is not the highest point of the loop. It is below the highest point, so the pump longevity should last its full life. And that is why we top mount the radiator. Also because it takes the heat from the CPU into the radiator and exhausts it right out the top, and then the heat from the CPU does not get recycled in the PC. Versus installing it on the front, it would cycle the heat back into the PC. Try to avoid that. Well, all right, guys. What do we got up next? Oh. This one's cool. Hey guys, really quick. So this is the SSD for the next build. Like, can you see right through that, or is that just me? You could see right through it, right? It's sealed. It's literally sealed on both sides. And I just noticed no SSD. This is the shit I deal with. It's in there. It's just out of its plastic package off to the side for some reason. Must have taken a little tumble off the cliff. Let's just do it. All right, Brennan. The next thing we got to do is install Windows, do the BIOS update, the configuration stuff that we want to do to get maximum performance and cooling. And then we will do the drivers and any of the Windows updates, so that basically all you got to do is pull it out of the box, plug it in, fire it up, start using it. So we got to do the rest of that process. It'll probably be ready late tonight, but I should have it ready for pickup for you tomorrow. So just let me know what time you're planning to come pick it up tomorrow, and I will have it ready for you. But we are going to move on to build number 3 for the night. Do. Nice. Mr. James. Is Mr. James in the house? You'll shoot me an email? Awesome. Good deal. Mm-hmm. Just trying to locate Mr. James so we can let him know that we're going live with his build. Hot diggity dog. All right, I'm going to update the name. If we don't see James come around, we'll give him a quick call or text. I'm going to call him real quick or shoot him a text. Hold on, I got to go get his number. All right, we made contact with Mr. James, so now we are going to go ahead and build the PC. So starting off, Mr. James is going with the Ryzen 7 7700X, which has got 8 cores, 16 threads, and a maximum boost of 5.4 gigahertz on the AM5 platform. We've also got a Thermalright TF7 for the thermal paste with cooling with a Peerless Assassin 120, which has two 120 millimeter PWM fans with a total of 6 heat pipes on the cooler. This cooler is by Thermalright. It's the Peerless Assassin. If you're not aware of it, go check it out. Gamers Nexus actually did a really good review on this cooler, and I highly recommend it if it's an air cooler for an 8-core CPU or maybe even higher. We're going to be putting this on the MSI B650P Pro Wi-Fi ATX motherboard down here. That's a Pro Series motherboard with 32 gigabytes of DDR5 6000 megahertz CL36. That's two 16 gigabyte sticks in dual channel. It's the G.Skill Flare X5 series. Nice. We've got a 1 terabyte M.2 Gen 4 Gen 3 SSD. Did I go Gen 4 or Gen 3? Gen 3. Which did not have the safest travels here, so we'll be cautious about that one. But then we've also got the RTX 3070, which if you see right here, there's actually a TI next to your 3070. So instead of the 3070 that we quoted you and sold you, we got you a 3070 Ti for the same price. And that's an 8 gigabyte GDDR6 256-bit PCIe 4.0 graphics card, and it's the Asus TUF series, so it's got the 3 fans on the cooler. It's a beefy looking card. Hey, what's up, Kenneth? What's up, man? Nice. Welcome to the build show. Welcome. And then we're going to be powering this system with a Segitep GM 750 watt 80 plus gold power supply, which also sets him up with the 16 pin PCIe 5.0 or the 12 volt high power connector, the 12 VHP connector that NVIDIA is moving to. So if James is ready to move over and upgrade his graphics card to one of the newer NVIDIA cards that's coming out in the next year, he would be able to do so with this power supply. It already has the power connector that he will need for it. So it's future-proofing the build so he can continue to upgrade it later down the road. The case that we're building in is actually the same case that we just built in, the Montech Air 903 base. Love this case. It's just got all the room in the world. So again, if James wants to continue upgrading his PC and adding, say, a bigger cooler or something else, he can definitely do so with this build. So that being said, we are shipping this one. Let's go ahead and start the build. Any questions? Hit me if you got them. And we're playing catch up from the last weekend. We are behind on builds, and I apologize, because normally we don't fall this far behind. We do fall behind, but not like this. I'm gone for 4 days, and it's just the amount of parts that are in here all at the same time, which usually I'm cycling through computers and keeping up on it. But now that I didn't for 4 days, now I have this massive pile of parts here for builds that just keep coming. So, kind of like that train where, you know, I just keep falling further and further behind. And I've got a couple of projects that I got to run around and do tomorrow, which is going to be cool. Actually reminds me I have to call somebody in the morning. They're not going to be happy. Oh. There's our B650 by MSI. Beefy looking motherboard, even for a Pro Series. It's got some bump into it. It's also pretty heavy. So we're going to go ahead and start by dropping this Ryzen 7 7700X in there, into the socket. Also, AMD would like you to know, thank you for going Team Red. This build should be about, I'd say it could be 45 minutes tops. Start to finish. Question from Kenneth. Team! Question from Kenneth over on YouTube. If a person upgrades their graphics card, do you take the old one back towards the price? No, I do not do that. That would be your responsibility to sell it if you'd want to, or reuse it for another system, whatever you decide to do with it. But I do not buy back parts currently at this time. It is something that I do want to start doing in the future when we have a little bit more capital to work with, because that ties up cash flow. So maybe later in the future we'll be doing that. And of course I would have anybody that bought a PC with me previously be honored into that system. But I cannot guarantee or make promises that that will actually happen at this time. It is the most professional way I can answer that question. Army vet, hello, hear you're doing a local build tonight. I did one. Wait. Yeah, I did two builds. Yeah, Mr. Blah, 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 blah. Wow. What was the first one that Yeah, Chad and Brandon, but I think you were here for Brandon. Oh yeah, we're putting it down here. When you catch Ben's brain stutter. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, we just finished up Brandon's build momentarily. Just moments ago. And we are now starting on Mr. James's build. And this is the last build for the evening. Hey, thanks for the sub, sir. Army vet. That's a resub. It's that time of the month. Yeah, I sure hope I met all of his expectations outside of I was a little bit behind the schedule after coming back from Pennsylvania. So I don't know, I think I've apologized too many times now for that. Yes, yes, yes. I do remember that. Super solid. Even called me to make sure I could watch the stream. I try sometimes, guys. If I don't see you on the stream, then I'll try to reach out to make sure you're aware. Hey, we're going. And I know I didn't get my notifications out, earlier today. We kind of just ran with it today. So, and I did start the stream a little later than I wanted to be fair. So, kind of like a moving target. Actually, what am I doing? We still gotta put this cooler on here. Time for the Peerless Assassin, which is going on the CPU here to cool this bad boy. I hope I didn't interrupt your evening. I guess is what I was saying. Hey, by the way, I'm building your PC right now. You could have always watched it afterwards, so it's not like the end of the world, but the live part, you can interact and tell me it looks like crap, Ben. Put it back. Stop doing that, Ben. Etc. Right meow. I mean, look at the size of that cooler. It's massive. Pretty cool looking. Nah. Oh, all good, big dog. AM5. Here we go. Hey, thanks for the sub, sir. You didn't have to do that. Thank you. It goes to the $1 PC chip jar. We'll eventually do another one of those once we hit that threshold. Crap. When Ben's brain goes derp, it derps. It does go inward. Inward! Inward, they tell me, inward! Yeah, what games are you going to stream? Yeah, you got to tell us. Big breach. And Mimi in short supply. Yeah. Yeah, you got to tell us what games you're planning to stream on this thing. Don't laugh, but I really want a Project Zombie. Oh my goodness. I'm not laughing at all. I've actually never played it. Stardew Valley. My daughter got me into that a little bit with her. Those are fun little games. Enjoyable. Ease on the mind.
Zip ties?
Come forth and tie these cables. Kenneth, I've been working so much, maybe I will get a chance to play on the PC this weekend. There you go. Yeah, make it a game weekend. When I'm not pouring out big glass of liberty. Yeah. I hear ya. All right. Yeah, we're turning it around. There you go. Cooler on top of a CPU on a motherboard. 32 gigs DDR5 6000 TL36 with a 1 terabyte M.2 SSD down here. Installed. I put it in the bottom slot because it is Gen 3. That leaves your Gen 4 stuff wide open for future upgrades. Makes sense, right? There we go. Now we just need to get the case out and drop this in there. Might actually help if we zoomed out. Next time I find myself downstate, I'll stop by the shop, drop off some homebrew. Oh! Well, hello there. Back, you finished the game already. Nice. This time in 4K with the 7800 XT. With FSR 3 and frame generation looked fantastic. 60 FPS to 120 in the game. Nice. Yeah, that 7800 XT's got some horsepower. We're supposed to get some more snow. I know, Kenneth, I know. Can somebody please tell Michigan it is no longer winter? And it doesn't matter if you gave us a few warm days in winter. You can't take it away from us. It is unfair. I demand spring. Oh, they open up tomorrow at 6? So that's technically spring up there, yeah? Nice. 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 All right. Drop her in there. Oh yeah. That looks nice. I suppose a finder's fee mead could be in order. How about I save one and then bring it back up there when I go up? It'll be extra fermented. Might be a while before I'm up in the UP again. been a long time since I've been to Sault Ste. Marie. Last time I was there was to fix something at the Buffalo Wild Wings. Gotta love it here in Michigan. I know! It's... Sometimes it can be just straight up depressing. Hello all, King Louis says. I didn't know we had King Louis in here. Didn't know we were gonna have royalty on the stream tonight. You've been watching him grow up for the last time. Nice. Technically, we're all still growing up. At least that's what my wife keeps telling me, Mrs. Empower. She tells me I'm still growing up. And then even my mom, Grandma Empower, she tells me I'm still growing up too. You know what I tell them? I'll never grow up. At least we're getting snow tomorrow. I heard that we're also getting snow down here, but I heard you guys are getting way more snow up there. So, ha! I'm just kidding. I feel bad. I'm terribly sorry. Oh, you're near Lansing? Never mind then. Definitely directed towards Army vet. And you. Your boy Jim. Wanted to make sure I said that right. Oh. We got about 4 to 5 inches of snow in the last 3 days or so. Wow. True. I was told to act my age once. I said I've never been this old before, so I'm still very exactly. It's the first time I've been this many days old. So give me a break. I hope I never grow up. I hear you, Steve, over there on YouTube. I hear you. I love the inner child that makes life amazing. Same. We're all holding on to that. Damn, yeah, you guys got way more snow than we did. We got barely an inch, and it's already gone. Thinking about getting into streaming here on Twitch. How much would a person expect to pay for a good computer for this purpose? I know not about computers. Okay, just make stuff. So I guess that what really is going to be the big question about the streaming is, what content are you streaming? Are you streaming games like Call of Duty, or are you streaming things like Fortnite? You know, it depends on what game you're trying to stream or what you're trying to stream. That is going to really determine what kind of horsepower you want. And then also what resolution you want to stream at. So if you want to just start out with something, I would say 1080p is a good resolution to kind of start with. And we can build a pretty decent gaming PC that'll stream for right around, you know, $1,200, $1,300. Like this one, for example, we're doing for Mr. Jim Jim. I think he's planning to stream on it. Makers and crafts, high res. Yeah, then you don't really need, if you're not going to game on it, say, and you're just going to do like real life stuff like what I'm doing, you don't need a crazy PC to do that. So like an $800 computer would do just fine. You know, something like that. It's going to be more so the video editing where you're going to want the horsepower for that. Come on, get in there, sir. Nice. Yeah, fight with me the whole way. So yeah, you wouldn't need anything like, you wouldn't need the like super high power graphics card for your streaming rig, because you're not going to be really gaming on it. You just need something that's going to handle high bandwidth on a camera via USB. Like this one. This is a 4K camera by Logitech. The camera, that's where you're going to be spending your money. This camera right here that we're watching from, right here at the top, that is a $1,200 camera. It's not a cheap. But I mean, it has, you know, a remote that I can sit here and use and really zoom in on stuff if I need to. So it's got a 20x zoom on this thing. And there's cheaper ways to do it, but I wanted this camera. So you can actually take like an actual camera and plug it into your PC and make it a streaming camera, and you can get some really good footage. All white build last night to the all black today. I know, right? We did 3 blacks in a row. We did a white last night. We've got a white one coming. A couple of different white ones actually coming up here. So it keeps flip-flopping, you know. We're basically split down the middle with white versus black builds lately. When it comes to the case colors. Now, do you have a shop here in Detroit? I'm actually located in Lake Orion, Michigan. It's not a actual storefront. I am doing all of this business out of my house. So this is everything out of my house. But, I mean, most of the time I'm shipping the PC, so it's pretty rare that I need some local presence, and I drive out to customers a lot too. So the storefront is a nice idea, but it also costs $5,000 a month to have a storefront, and that's overhead that would then be passed on to you guys, the customers, which means my prices go up. So without the storefront, I could do things cheaper without that overhead. So until I grow and have a lot more, I guess, you know, just more volume, I don't really need the storefront yet. I'm getting to the point where I've outgrown my current situation with my square footage available, which is, I don't know, it's easily probably 450 square feet, and I'm packed in here like a sardine right now. Plus the garage, which is like the overflow, and that is full. The garage is just full of boxes right now. So all right, so we've got all the front panel connectors in. Let's go ahead and slap a graphics card in here, and then we'll slap a power supply in here, and we'll fire it up and see what it looks like. See if we can see if Ben can still build a PC. Yes, I fix computers too. I fix, service, upgrade, build. It's mostly what I'm known for is the building part, but do it all. I'm also by career, I'm a cloud solutions engineer, so I walk into small businesses and will make recommendations to migrate to the cloud or to make things more efficient, more cost-effective, more secure, more efficient. What I mean by that is instead of having data locked down in one place, we can access it from everywhere, so it makes your team more mobile rather than being stuck in one place. So, aka the whole COVID situation, everybody had to work remote. I was busy AF during that time. Moving people to the cloud so that you can work from home securely, you know. All right, let's get this RTX 3070 Ti out of this box and in this computer. What's going on with the old gaming the old gaming PC? What's going on with it? Blue screen of death. That is a very vague issue, unfortunately, so it would take some troubleshooting to figure it out. Unless you know exactly which blue screen error you are getting, I might be able to help you over the, make a recommendation. You know what blue screen error was? Not just the blue screen, but there should be an error code also with the blue screen. Oh. I forgot this card offers 2 HDMI ports, FYI. Also, I'm going to recommend a port brick, which I forgot. Because I see it's going to sag. We're definitely going to want a GPU support bracket for this card. I forgot how saggy these 3070s are. I'm going to have to get you one because I don't have any in stock. So I had a bunch of local guys grab some. And I didn't order any new ones yet. Yeah, I know it's vague. Yeah, no clue. The last time I tried it to boot up, it was about 6 years ago. Oh, so she's probably old. Yeah. I mean, if you take it to a PC shop to get it looked at, they're probably going to charge you close to $100 just to look at it. And if it's 6 years ago that you last turned it on, which is probably, you know, at least a couple of years old, it's probably in the neighborhood of 10 years old on the hardware. So it was pretty beefy at the time? Yeah. I mean, being honest, F wow? What do you mean? What's minus F wow? Or F minus wow? Yeah, I'm just saying it's pretty old. And if you take it to a PC repair shop, they're gonna charge you $100. That's normally a standard fee for troubleshooting. Around $100 at least. That's neighborhood price, and that's not even to solve the problem. And the hardware is probably only worth it in the 200 range. So you gotta make an educated decision of, yeah, you can still get data off of it for sure. There's actually a tool that you can get on Amazon where you plug your drive, because if it's at 6 years old, it's probably most likely definitely a SATA drive. But there's a SATA to USB, which basically takes your internal drive and converts it to a USB external drive. So you plug it into your USB port on your new PC, and then you can just transfer your data over, as long as the drive is in good condition and still working. All right, power supply time. It's that time. It's the power supply time. But yeah, you can definitely get the data off of there. Would require you to remove the hard drive to do that, but it's like, I don't know, a $20 or $30 part on Amazon. It's called SATA to USB. SATA to USB. Now, I am assuming that that is what your hard drive is, or SSD. But my probability of being right is Probably 98%. So take that with a grain of salt. But it would be a hell of a lot cheaper than having a tech do it, because if you take it in anywhere, they're probably going to charge you again. Probably around $100 to do that. Like the magic number for the tech world. $100. You believe it is, SATA? I believe it is also. Eh. Let me see if I have one sitting here. I'll show you what it is. Oh, yeah, I do. And then I got a hard drive over here, so I'll show you that. Plugs in and all that. It's easy peasy lemon squeezy. Should actually make a YouTube video on this. So this is my old school 320 gigabyte hard drive. God only knows what's on here. But the adapter will have something that looks a little bit like this. And all you got to do is plug your SATA cable into the adapter. And then the other end of the SATA cable into the hardware side on the hard drive. And then next, you got your power cord with your adapter for SATA. And that plugs right here. And then your drive has power. And then you plug this end, USB, into the new PC. And you now made your internal hard drive an external hard drive. That's about the easiest way. Or you could just take the hard drive, plug it into your new PC with your SATA and power cord. If you're not scared to go inside your PC and do that. That's what these are for. I've got a couple of cooler ones where I could just dock the drive and it just does its thing. Yeah, it's easy. Nothing to be scared of there. Windows just detects it just like any other drive. All right. The last step. Powering thou parts with our power supply. We've got our 24 pin. It's going to run up here and drop in like that. And we've got two CPU connections, which we will run the top. Oh boy. Earth. Let's see. These two guys are going to run up here. Like that. And then the last watermelon. Last power connection here. Going to be for the graphics card. And that is going to run in its own special little hole down here. Get in there, you. Oh, it's the Retro PC Gamer time. Retro Gamer. Oh! Oh, you rip stuff apart all the time? Nice. Yeah, I've been tinkering with stuff since I was a baby. I took apart the VCR at like 4 years old. My mom hated me when I did that. Apparently that was not the right move. It's not broken till I can't fix it. Yeah. Same here. All right. There you go. It's all plugged in. Now I just got to flip it over and do some cable management. Then we can fire this up and check it out for the first time. See what it looks like live. Hey, I really appreciate the tip on the adapter. Yeah, no problem, man. What I do. Thanks for hanging out. Sorry, I'm not talking much right now. I'm just trying to get the last build done now. Focused. After all, I built 3 of them today. All right, Mr. James. What do you think of that cable management? Are you satisfied with that cable management? Sick. Yeah. Hey, have a good night, Poppy. It was fun watching the builds. Thank you. It was fun of you joining. Hanging out. Thank you. I appreciate it. Hey, some giant idiot. Burning the midnight oil, I see. Yeah, we're going late, but we're on the last build, just wrapping it up right now. And Jim, the bracket. I got to get a bracket for it, so don't worry. I'm going to take care of that. But we want to put a bracket here because it helps support this card. And these 3070s like to sag badly, bigly, badly, bigly, bigly, badly. But are you ready for me to plug this in and fire it up? If I still know how to build a PC, keep it close. The readiest. Well, let's get a side view here. All right. I know there's no fancy RGB lights in here. You can see how the card sags a little bit. It sags down towards this side. That's what that bracket's going to help with. Punch it! You do have a little bit of RGB behind the power cord. Right here. A little bit of RGB right there. Waiting for the post. Grills? Not interested. Take it apart. We can shut it off with the software. Hey, we have a white light. That usually means boot. Das Boot. Good. And we're now in the BIOS. So we've posted. The PC, sir. Now we just got to finish the Windows installation on all three of these PCs we just built tonight. Do the drivers, the BIOS updates, the battle tested phase, and get them out. No smoke, that's good, right? Yes, it's a good sign when it's not smoking. I was vaping. If you saw anything go across the screen, that was me. Nah, it's good. Excited to run it. Yeah, I know. I know you're messing with me. But we can shut that off with the software once we get into Windows. Nice. There she is. In all her glory. And it does have a glass panel. It's just when we put that on, we won't see anything. It'll just be a reflection of everything on that side. Anything can be a smoke machine if you run it wrong enough. That is an excellent point. Just go into the car, remove the oil cap, run your car for a few minutes. Smoke machine. It would actually have to be longer than a few minutes before it became a problem, but either way, you get what I'm saying. What's the battle test y'all do? Well, we will definitely be putting this under a series of different benchmarks to confirm the performance. So there's a couple of other things that will run, such as memtest, to verify the memory is not reporting any errors. This really gives us an opportunity to determine, one, do we have any lemon parts in here? Because even though they're new parts, they could be lemons, and we don't want to ship a PC with a lemon part. So this rules that out, the battle tested phase. Battle tested phase also tells us where the performance is, and we'll kind of determine, hey, if the performance is lower, then we have a problem. And again, that tells us that we have a lemon part or something's not configured right. But it's like a fail-safe for us to make sure that we built the PC the best we could. So a bunch of benchmarks that will run on it to make sure the CPU is running where it should be, cooling where it should be, and same with the graphics card, the read-writes on the SSD, the memory stability, to make sure there's no errors in the RAM. That does happen actually frequently, especially with DDR5, unfortunately. And that's our way of making sure we are signing off on a product that we touched, that we know for sure it's going out in the field of battle, ready for battle. And you also get a certificate saying battle tested. That's wall mountable, and you can also put it on desk. And it talks about that we accept nothing but 100% perfection. Taking the extra step, love it, 10 out of 10. Yeah, it's something we do with every single system. I used to have a section on the website that kind of broke it down, but we change some of the benchmarks, and then I have to change things, and then people call me out on things not being done exactly how I say it's on the website, because I've changed the process, so I had to take it down once, and I haven't put it back up. So I think it's still out there. It's just not, you just have to put in the /battle tested section on the URL to get to it, because I have it unlinked right now. but for the most part, that's all it is. So I have to reword it. Use GTP to reword it a little bit. So anyway, that is going to conclude the stream for the night. I am burnt out for the day. It's 11 o'clock. We went long, but it was worth it. We got the 3 builds done that we wanted to today, so that is putting us one step closer to getting back on track to where we need to be. Awesome. Can't wait to finish this build and get it shipped out. So as soon as we have it shipped, you will get an email with the tracking information, Mr. Jim. And the other 2 that we did, you'll get emails when those are ready to go, but we should have it good to go sometime tomorrow midday. Thanks again, Big Dog. Have a good night and whatnot. Yeah, you too, man. Hey, some giant idiot. Good nights. Thanks for jumping in briefly and hanging out. I don't know if you've been here for a while. Actually, I do. If I missed your chat, I have no idea. Have a good night, Army Vet. Thanks for hanging out again. And for the subs earlier, guys. Appreciate y'all. Good night. We'll see you on the next stream. Hopefully it's tomorrow night, if all goes well. Have a good night. I like to lurk. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you. We'll see you guys.